Jees. Ruvetaan starttaileen Deathgatea. Jatkamaan.
You all know why we've come here. The patrons have pushed us into a corner. Their magic has grown too powerful to hold in check. These villains are stealing the worship of our own followers. We must do something before they marshal their forces, before they destroy us and all we stand for. We've come to the Vortex to destroy the world.
Jatkoa seuraa. Ollaan ehkä noin puolivälissä.
Will be better after the sundering. Our followers will live on in the new worlds of air, fire, stone, and water. Our enemies will be trapped in the labyrinth to contemplate their dark ways. And we will guide the new order into the future. Help me, my friends. Let us summon the world seal and begin the process of healing. This seal ties together all of Earth's elements. As we sunder it, so do we sunder the world. Thus we begin a new age.
Yes. That was the introduction.
$2,000 years ago,
The Sartans. Yes, eli siitä on muutama kuukausi, kun mulla jäi tää kesken. Me olemme jutelleet Sarille.
Yes? Was there something else you wished to discuss?
That's enough for right now. I'd like to talk to you later if you don't mind.
Very well. I'll be here.
I'll be here. Okei. Eli Botskiin. Mihinkähän me mentiin? I wonder. Abarrach. Yes, this is the stone world. Walls of dark rock enclose you in a giant cavern so large that it actually houses a city carved from the stone. You dock the ship a small distance away. There's the city. Okie doke. Your ship floats in a river of lava alongside a stone embankment. In the distance you see a dark city. There's also someone there. It's hard to make out more than a blur of furrowed rows in the soil. You have to get closer to see it better. Here, a hulking figure shuffles from the dried-up pond to a field long dead. Behind him, a cave opens into the cavern wall. Beyond the lava river, you see a city in the distance. Dead worker. The hulking corpse just stares at you. Yes, these are goals.
Greetings. Who are you?
Who? Name Jeffro.
Jethro. Jetihän se siitä. There's Jetin bisnekset.
What is this place?
What? Place? Home.
Nice details. Someone's been eating away.
What are you doing? Doing? Water. Plants.
Meidän ukko taantui samalle tasolle.
Would you accompany me?
Beside you and looks at you expectantly. It looks as if this was once a spring-fed pond continually replenished. That was long ago, however, and now the ground isn't even damp. The dead worker's dull eyes roam around confused. Cave. What?
That's a nice bucket. Would you give it to me?
The corpse looks at the bucket for a moment and then silently hands it to you. Cheers. No. A few struggling plants poke out of the ground. Furrowed rows in the thin dirt indicate that the field was once blanketed with a strange grass. However, many seasons have passed since the field has seen any life-giving water. Okay, so I think we need water here. I think we need full music. Because the music is quite low. Actually, let's do this. And then we do this. And let's up the MIDI a bit. Okay, I think now it's better. So we got the pocket. Can we ask him to...
Would you accompany me? Would you accompany?
Okay, now it's way higher. Juman kautta. Volyymitasot heittelee. So what? Look at the snake. Pet and attack. Evil red eyes glower at you. You can almost see its tiny brain trying to decide if you're food or a threat. Either way, it doesn't seem to like you very much. Without any direction, the confused dead worker wanders off. God damn. I think we need him.
Would you accompany?
Grab that snake, yes.
Go grab that snake.
The worker turns his gaze to the coiled snake in the middle of the cave. He shuffles over and grabs it. If a snake could look surprised, you'd swear it was stunned by this hulking corpse. It whips around and bites him, but the worker doesn't even seem to notice. Snake? Wall. Okay. Snake to talk the things over. Okay, let's try to attack. You lunge at the snake with the rusty shears. It deftly dodges your clumsy attack and counters with one of its own. Only a survival instinct born of a life in the labyrinth keeps you out of harm's way. You decide to treat this snake with a little more respect. Let's try some spells. What spells do we have? Cold. The snake's head lowers. You reason that the cold may have made the snake sluggish, but the moment you take one step towards the far wall, the snake whips towards you. You barely make it away in time. What else do we have? Motion, what was this? Ah yeah, it's the animator. Okay, so then we need...
Would you accompany?
Thanks. Grab the snake.
Go grab that snake.
Damn.
Would you accompany?
Jaha.
Go grab that snake.
Without any direction, the confused corpse, yeah, releases.
Would you?
Voi olla, että ne kivet riitti.
Go. Go grab that. Go.
He tightens his grip on the snake and plants himself in place.
Go grab that.
Jaha. Shears is our only weapon. Electric singer. Let's go to the town. You're surrounded by the stone buildings of the deserted town, including a clock tower to the east and an elegant residence to the north. You stand in a foyer of a small house. Stairs lead up to another level and double doors are set in the east wall. Dead butler.
How may I be of assistance, sir?
Salastriimiportti. Hähää. Hei vaan hei. Sun heiluvilles. Mitäs Sufon aamuun? Alkoiko sulla nyt loma? Vai alkoiko se eilen jo? Muistelen, että sulla oli tällä viikolla lomaa. Heräsin tossa ja niin. Töissä vielä. Onks nyt tää vikaviikko? Ensi viikolla. 17. Okei. Eli viikko vielä. Jee. Onks koko kuukausi sitten tiedossa? Kotitöitä. Puutarhan hoitoa ja sen sellaista. Ne on hienoja hommia. Onko jotain isoja pläänejä? Decaying butler. Who are you?
Who are you?
My name is Aramas. I serve Balthazar, the master of the house. His work is very important and cannot be disturbed, so he retains me and a few other servants to handle the domestic work.
Domestic Balthazar sounds like a wizard.
Who else does Balthasar retain to serve him?
In addition to myself, Balthazar employs a nanny who cares for the master's young children, and a housekeeper who does the cooking as well.
Ekalla viikolla veli tulee meille, niin varmaan pelaillaan. Käydään kiekkoa nakkelemassa puihin. Jee, se on kiva. Sitten varmaan seuraavalla viikolla mökille uistelemaan ja tämmöstä. Ai, oikein kunnon kesäloma. Kunnon kesäloma. Eli se tarkoittaa sitä, että haasteet pitää saada hakattua nyt viikko tässä 2 viikon aikana, kun on töissä. Herkullisia haasteita. Sitten pääsee lomalle.
There's a housekeeper? Isn't it kind of dirty around here? I'd say this housekeeper is slacking off.
The house is a little dusty, but I'm sure she'll get on the job soon.
Who is Balthasar?
Balthazar is the personal necromancer to the king of Khan Telest. He's one of the most celebrated sorcerers in the city.
Yep. Figures. Käytännössä kyllä joo. Tuleeko sitten jotain kivoja couch co-op Broidin kanssa striimejä? Rockbändiä.
What important work is he doing?
He does what all necromancers do. He resurrects and sustains the dead so that they can serve the living. But he also spends much of his time researching new magic arts. It's not a very popular activity among other necromancers. In fact, it used to be a crime. But as my master was mentor to most of the others, and because he is a man of power and influence, his research isn't questioned. Not that Balthazar would care in any case.
Final Fantasy Stranger of Paradise pelattiin online-kooppina striimissä, mutta sohvakoopit voi olla vähän niin ja näin, kun sitä ei vissiin ihan hirveästi nappala kamerassa. Mutta rajaa kato kameran silleen, että sinä olet tässä ja sitten kameran ulkopuolella. Sitten näyttää hyvältä, kun sä puhut tyhjälle koko ajan siinä. Se half couch camera ja sitten couch scope. Ei vaan, ymmärrän, eihän se olekaan. Ei sitä voi pakottaa toisia ihmisiä silleen vaan riimaa. Paitsi Veksun voi aina välillä pakottaa riimaa.
What magic arts is he researching?
What do I look like? A necromancer? I'm just his personal servant. I don't pry into his work. It could be hazardous to my health.
Health.
Actually, you look like a corpse. I doubt your health could deteriorate much more.
There's no need to be rude.
Sorry, that was...
Why can't he be disturbed?
An interruption at the wrong time could have disastrous results. His old butler interrupted him once. My first job was to scrape his entrails off the walls.
Gotcha.
Is that why that door is locked?
Yes, he takes his breaks at certain times and only then is it safe to enter. Soon it will be time for his tea. I'm waiting for the housekeeper to bring it.
Enough about your employer.
As you wish.
Why do you have a key chained around your waist?
This is the key to the study door. My master requires his privacy. I only open the door to give him his meals and when he breaks for tea. Right now, I am waiting for the housekeeper to give me the tea tray. The master will be expecting it soon.
Kyllä me viime kesänä ehdotin uutta Rutlesia, mutta siinä toisaalta oli myös se, että veli kun pääsi meille, niin sillä alkoi kuume nousemaan ja niin edelleen. Niin ei oikein sitten tehty muuta kuin katsottu Netflixiä ja jne. Nonni. Toivotaan, ettei tänä vuonna iske mikään sellainen pahempi. Onko muuten iso vai pikkuveli? Veli, vai onko vaan veli? Unidentified veli. Isoveli. Iso tsupo. Näin iso. Ei näy edes kamerassa, kun on niin iso. Jaha, teetä. Nyt iskee joku kunnon putsle taas, millä me saadaan toi.
Could you go in and give him a message for me?
I can only enter at predetermined times when it's safe to do so. I cannot enter simply to give a message to him.
It looks a little heavy for kunnon varas.
When exactly do you expect the housekeeper to bring you the tea?
Oh, she should be along any
Nuorimmainen.
time now.
Onks teitä paljonkin dymeläisiä? Mulla ei ole kuin isovelipuoli isän aikaisemmasta avioliitosta. Isoveli tosin ollaan kyllä kasvettu niin kuin silleen, että kun mä oon syntynyt, niin mun vanhemmat on ollut jo yhdessä. Käytännössä on mun isoveli. En mä oo ikinä kokenut sitä mitenkään muuten.
Why don't you let me carry that key? It looks a little heavy for you.
It's strange. Lately this key has seemed heavier than ever. But it is my duty to hold it for my master. I shall never let it out of my possession while I live.
While I live. But you're dead.
But you're dead, so give me the key.
I'm not dead, just a little confused.
I'm not.
I did have a bad fight with the plague some time ago, but I pulled through. I'm here, aren't I? Though since then everything has seemed somewhat fuzzy.
Eli siis eikö nämä itse edes ymmärrä, että ne on kuolleita vai niin kuin... Ne periaatteessa ymmärtää, mutta ei periaatteessa kuitenkaan, koska eihän ne periaatteessa ole kuolleita, koska mä juttelen niiden kanssa ja ne ajattelee niin... confusing, nyt kun sitä alkaa miettiä.
Is there any other way into the study?
There is a window, but it's very high off the ground. Too dangerous to enter or exit. The master made the study as inaccessible as possible. He doesn't want to be disturbed.
Disturbed.
Perhaps we should talk about something else.
As you wish.
You're as interesting as a corpse. Where is everyone?
Where is everyone?
Where is who? Whom did you expect to find? I believe you'll find the children upstairs with the nanny, and the master hard at work in his study.
Hard at work.
Could you accompany me?
Regrettably, I cannot. I have to serve my previous charge. I must stay here as long as my master desires.
You're as interesting as a corpse. This conversation is over.
As you wish.
Onpa vähän rude. Meidän haplo on vähän. The furniture is either carved from a rock or made from petrified weeds of some sort. Actually, the end result is rather attractive.
The smallest people made their home, in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play, when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away, unless the arrows point the way.
Dead nanny.
The smallest people made their home, in caves and caverns all their own.
The dead nanny ignores you, her decayed brain totally engrossed in the task of reading aloud from the children's book.
Which way, you ask? Where are they found?
Tää on aika creepy peli.
Under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away, unless the arrows point the way. The smallest people made their home.
Hey, Grandma, over here!
In caves and caverns.
Give me that
all
book.
their own.
Maybe if you didn't have your nose in it, you'd notice that I'm trying to speak to you.
They'll only come outside.
You slide the book out of the dead nanny's wrinkled hands. She doesn't resist, but no sooner is the book gone than she stops speaking. Her eyes go blank and she sits motionless. It's fucking creepy. The empty stone crib is covered by a thick blanket of dust. Stone crib. Tää on aika rock.
Who are you?
I'm the nanny of this family. I take care of the children while the master does his research. In fact, I should be reading to the children right now as they go to sleep. Have you seen my book?
Why do you read the same rhyme over and over?
I read until the children have gone to sleep. I must read now. Where is my book? I can't find my book.
Oh, nanny, dead nanny. Wants to read the same.
Who do you read to?
To the children. Aren't they precious? I've taken care of children most of my life. I love to read to them. I should be reading to them now.
Would you accompany me? I know where your book is.
You know where my book is? Please take me to it. I must read to the children. They can't go to sleep without their rhymes. They need me, you see.
They need me. There's nobody there. Sit on a chair. You plop down on the seat and start rocking. Now you really feel like a dead head. Listen. Can we...
How may I be of assistance, sir?
You're as interesting as a corpse. This conversation is over.
We
As
have
you
the tea set. You hand the tea set to the dead butler. He accepts it gravely and looks over at the double doors. Then he just waits. 10 points. The key is wrought from silver and looks fairly heavy. It pulls at the chain wrapped around the dead butler and seems as though it's almost enough to tip him over. I'll need to take a 1-minute break. I'll be right back. Yes. Let us continue. Mikä tea on nytten?
how may
Now that you have tea, what are you waiting for?
Now that you have the tea, what are you waiting for? Open the door and give it to your master.
Yes, I do have the tea, but I must wait until the appointed time until I open the door. Otherwise, I might interrupt a vital experiment. That would be disastrous for Balthazar's research, and perhaps for myself as well.
Myself as well.
What time is tea served?
The 4th hour. I'll recognize it when the tower clock strikes 4 bells. He expects his tea at the same time every day.
Okie doke.
You're as interesting as a corpse. This conversation...
As you...
Aha. What? We cannot. Let's use motion. They may be in for a surprise. Let's go here. Ah. Clock's missing weight. Okay, so now the anyone climbing its liable. So what if motion? Is there anything else in here? Climb the rope. No ladder, but the rope. Tell me that the nanny also. You grab the hanging rope and haul yourself up. The nanny grabs onto the rope and tries to climb it but falls down. She regains her feet but just stands silently. You stand on a small platform behind the clock's mechanism. The back of the clock face takes up to the west wall. Turn. And now release. Turn. Look at the girl. You hear 2 distinct bongs of the clock tower's bell. The door to the either side of the clock face is open and an iron statue grinds inside along the rusty track. The wedge-shaped headpiece is made of a different material. It looks as if it was carved from a black rock and set inside the metal tongs of the scepter. On the flat end there is a single Hold on a minute. I think the rune transfer, but we cannot. Okay, there's no rune. Scepter. Spell on the headpiece. Heat. What if we heat the scepter? Does it open up and drop the... melts or even glows? What if we now use the motion? Now it's 4. It's 5. God damn. That's 4. Okay, climb. Tea time.
How many?
You're as interesting
As you.
Okay. So do we need to... climb down?
How many?
Why are you standing around? Aren't you dead?
Dead?
I
Dead
remember.
tired, maybe. I don't get enough of rest. Lately, even the act of standing upright has become difficult. I need a vacation.
Vacation.
You're as interesting as a corpse. This conversation...
As
This goddamn... shoot arrow at. Maybe we can kill the snake. Crush. Use magic on the time dial. We need that headpiece. And now it's 4 o'clock. Why is there no... Hold on, actually.
You're quite the conversation.
Can we go here?
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground.
Miksi?
Don't look too close, they'll run away unless the arrows point the way.
Unless the arrows point the way.
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come out.
You follow me. Please follow me.
Would you accompany?
Please follow me.
The smallest people made their home in caves
Only
and
one.
caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away unless the arrows point the way. The smallest...
Would you accompany?
What if? No. That way.
The smallest people made their home in caves
How
and
ma-
caverns all their own.
What?
They'll only
That-
come outside to
What?
play when all the arrows
Do you think-
point
The master is
Which
Perhaps we
way
should talk about-
you ask?
as you...
Where are they found?
Damn,
You're
the
as
nanny reading
Just
the...
out of sight under
Stop
the
that.
ground. Don't look too close, they'll run
Give me that
away.
book.
Unless
What else do we have here? We have the clock tower. It was 4 o'clock. Okay, what if we do this? Good morning, everybody. I have no idea.
How...
What?
Where... Some of
What happened to the other races?
the...
Holy shit. There's so much more.
Where exactly did the dwarves live?
I believe they once lived in caves just outside of the city. I can't be certain, however, that it isn't simply legend. The region hasn't been explored for a long time.
Where is Karn Necros?
It's at the core of the world. I've never been there. In fact, no one in this Khan has. We've never traveled outside of the city. We've never had to.
We've never had to.
Does the dynast rule this city?
Not really. We've never even seen him. Our king has ruled Telestia for ages. The dynast only rules here on paper.
Is this scepter anything special?
Of course. It is the scepter of rulership. It gives incredible magic power to he who wields it. The original dynast, Clytus I, created the scepter, and his line has used it to secure their leadership ever since. No one would dare oppose a dynast who has control of the scepter.
Interesting.
Why did Clytus's slave go mad?
The dwarf was the first experiment in necromancy. Some say that the art wasn't perfected when Clytus I brought his slave back to life, and that insanity was the result. Afterward, Clytus banished the slave back to the ancestral dwarven lair to sit in solitude forever.
Forever.
This didn't affect the dwarf's devotion to his lord, however. When a body is resurrected, it learns very little, and it usually reverts to doing whatever it did during life. The dwarf continued to worship Clytus I. He even carved the statue in the clock tower to honor him. Few believe that Clytus was deserving of such an honor, but even fewer will admit that in public. Clytus XIV reveres his ancestor, and no one speaks ill of either of them without fear of being turned to dust.
Okay, so the scepter is probably the real one.
Enough about this place.
As you wish.
Joo.
You're as interesting as a...
As you...
He must have a death grip on it. Okay, so the arrows. Where the hell did our nanny go?
Would you accompany me?
You
Dead silent.
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away unless the arrows point the way.
Give me that book.
Thanks.
Would you...
Dead worker. I wonder what we...
Go grab that...
Grab that snake. Wall, there's the arrows. Nah. Okay.
Would you...
You know.
Go over and grab that... Wait here.
You'll bring.
Okay.
Would you accompany...
No nyt ne... Hei Veksu. Tulin poikkeamaan, pitää pysyä poissa, kun halkee pää ihan koska vaan. Mä ymmärrän. Mun striimeillä on tapana semmoisen, että pää halkee. Ei vaan. Grab the snake.
Go grab that...
Okay.
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way.
You gather him up and pet him just before bites your head off. Nice. Where were we? We did a lot of stuff.
The smallest people made their home.
Give me that. Follow me.
Who are you? Why do you read the...
I read until
Who do you read to?
to the
These are.
Would you accompany me?
you.
Please follow me.
How may I?
Who are you?
My name is Aramas. I serve Balthazar.
Who else does Balthasar...
In addition to myself, Balthazar employs...
Housekeeper is somewhere, by the way.
There's a house...
The house is...
Who is Balthasar?
Balthazar is the personal necromancer to the king of Khan Telest.
Baltasar oli naisten mies.
Celebrated sorcerers in the city.
What
He does.
Kuolleitten naisten mies, koska se oli
What magic...
What do I...
necromancer. Or was he necromancer?
Actually, you look like a corpse.
There's no need to be rude.
Why can't...
And in...
Is that why that...
Yes,
Enough of...
as you...
Why do you have a key?
This...
Do you think you...
The master isn't expecting anyone today. And he...
Baltasar on irstailija, joka liioitellut on ruoassa ja juomassakin ollut kohtuuton. On. Orgioita ja haureutta ja syntejä Sodoman. Vuosienkelat varoittivat Baltasar. Kuulehan. Okei. Sounds good.
Could you go in?
I can only enter at predetermined time.
When a...
Oh, she should be along any time.
She.
Why don't you...
It's straight.
But you're...
I'm...
Not dead.
Is there any...
There is a window.
Perhaps we should... What is this?
Well, this is the city of Telestia, one of the oldest and grandest cities in Abarrach, aside from the city.
Wow.
And we're very proud of our accomplishments. Telestia was built by the dwarves for the other Mensch races when they were all still alive. The dwarves
Mensch.
themselves lived in caves not too far from here.
YUP. Yök.
Some of the dwarves' artistry remains throughout the city. For example, the iron statue in the clock tower is ancient.
Ei oo.
It is the exact likeness of Clytus the first in the line of
Jep. Jep.
Is this sep...
Huh?
Where is Car...
Let's just read
What
these again, because I know
Where
what...
exactly... Does the dynasty...
Not really.
Why did Cly...
This,
Enough about...
as you wish.
Joo, ei oo. Ja, -15. Pitääkin pistää YUP sanaksi, mistä saa bännit. Siinä sulle -15. Ei vaan, ei oo ikinä ollut. No vähän liian semmoista taiteellista sittiä omaan makuun. Tai jotain alkoholihuurusta hippisittiä. Mä en tiedä mikä siinä on. Suomi rockissa on aika paljon muutenkin paskaa. Mä en tiedä, onko se edes varsinaisesti rockia vai mitä se on. Pop-rockia, punk-rockia, se on aika monta asiaa. Suomi-musa on yleensä paskaa. Veksu on varmaan samaa mieltä. Ei vaan. En tiedä. En ole ikinä napannut mitkään noin niinku vanhat suomenkieliset rockihommat, paitsi Eppu Normaali. Se on iso poikkeus, mutta ei edes mikään Juise tai muu tuotanto, niin se ei vaan niin kuin ei iske.
Where is everyone?
Where is who? Who?
Could you accompany?
Regret.
What's behind?
That's my master's study, wherein he works his magic and researches the mystic arts. It is off limits to everyone.
Ai.
Why are you standing?
Dead? Dead tired, maybe. I don't get enough of rest. Lately, even the act of standing upright has become difficult.
Makuasiat on hauskoja.
You're as interested.
As
Makuasiat on makuasioita. Tehdään nyt eri lailla tää homma. Tää nyt joka tapauksessa tarvii tehdä näin. Se nyt oli selvä. Yksi, 2, 3. Kello tulee 4. Tää Scepter on nyt se varmaan se. Nope. Mutta toi on varmaan se, mikä siihen puuttuu, se headpiece. Makuasiat on hyviä asioita aina. Kello on nyt kuitenkin 4. Climb the rope. Hyvää aamupalaa.
You're as interested.
as
Mitäs jos nyt annetaan toi?
how may I?
Now that you have the tea, what do you wait?
Yes, I do have the tea, but I must wait until the appointed time until I open the door. Otherwise, I might interrupt a vital experiment.
What time is tea served?
The 4th hour. I'll recognize it when the tower clock strikes 4 bells. He expects his tea at the same time every day.
You're as interesting.
As
But it is now. Not gonna work. Not gonna work o'clock. What time is it? Not gonna work o'clock.
Go over and grab that snake.
The strides over and grabs the snake. Her frail grasp is no match for the snake's ferocity. However, and after a brief but decisive battle, she returns to the other side of the cave, defeated.
Let me give you...
The smallest people made their home.
Would you...
The smallest people made their home. In caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way?
Would you...
How far will you follow me? Not here. Okay, this dude only follows me like one.
Would you...
So if I go here, it's no more. Yep. Deadhead. No. By the way, what the hell is that? Is there any spell we can use to... Reality Pocket. I don't even remember mitä noi tekee. Olipas hyvin englannitettu. I don't remember the spells anymore. Joo, se oli spelliin. Niin, eli meidän pitäisi periaatteessa tämä. Sitten meidän pitäisi päästä alas täältä, koska kello on nyt niinku toiminnassa. What the hell happened? Ah, yeah, it's the disc. Uranus. Ah, but the rock was actually... It was said to destroy something.
The smallest.
Would you...
You.
Would you... Go grab...
Confused corpse.
Would... Go...
You decide to leave the nasty little creature alone without any direction. The confused corpse released enraged snake. So that didn't work.
Would you...
Do we have anything here? Steering wheel. I don't know any places.
Would...
Tää voi olla semmonen ongelma, mitä ei pysty vielä ratkaiseen. Mikähän näni meni?
Go grab...
Go grab that snake. Higher life form. Siis hetkinen. Päästäänkö me... Mä en muuten
Would
tajunnut.
you...
Onko tää taas sellainen juttu, että pitää...
Go grab that...
While the corpse holds the snake captive in his firm grasp, you walk towards the far wall. Though the dead worker ceases paying attention before you're halfway there, he forgets your command, releases the snake, and leaves the cave to return to his beloved field. The snake, suddenly free from striking distance, launches himself at you. You dive back to the mouth of the cave just in time to avoid death. Okay. Where's the...
Would you...
You know.
Okei, se jäi tänne.
The smallest people made their home.
Jos mietitään toi lukeen tohon.
Would you...
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their.
Would you...
Tää voi olla taas tämmönen...
Would you...
Would you?
Go... Would you... Go...
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside when all
Would you accompany me?
you know.
Would you go over and
Confused worker tekee vain yhden asian ja...
You're quite...
Pitäis saada fiksattua noin.
You're as...
Mm. 16. Olkoon kun huonolle sattuu, kun ei varmaan auta yhtään toi, että mä bongailen näitä kelloja täällä. Hei, nyt se on. Tea time. Kolajaa vaan. This is a room of learning. A few books and papers are scattered on across every surface, but there's room for much more. 20 points. Sehän oli iso suoritus. The dead butler jerks into motion and shuffles out the double doors, closing them behind him. Eli me ollaan pixel hunting. Search. Nothing of interest. Necromancerin mesta. Necromancerin study, eikä ole mitään interestingiä. Oisko veksu? Book reading time. Shitload of texts. Kiinnostus nousi +5. Through the roof. I record these notes in no particular order, with no particular format. Should this text be read by others than myself, I can but apologize in advance. My name is Baltasar, and I am the king's personal necromancer. My duties include raising and maintaining the royal servants, though my deeper interests lie in the pursuit of other, lost magical arts. The following notes comprise the results of a lifetime of research into these arts, as well as my personal musings of these and other matters. Necromancy. I've never considered the practice of necromancy to be a strong moral ground. We have established that in order to survive this harsh world, the dead are required to serve the living. Their labor supports our existence, but do we truly know what we're doing? What exactly are we bringing back? And how do our tamperings affect the rest of the wave? The dead never appear especially unhappy, merely confused. In their own unfathomable minds, they exist in a time previous to their deaths. They perform the duties which they performed in life. In fact, it's almost impossible to teach the dead anything new. Their capacity to focus on unfamiliar tasks is minimal. A corpse can be given new orders, but in due course, depending on the nature of the particular specimen, it will inevitably revert to the modes of behavior demonstrated in life. There is no harm done when the task that the specimen performed in life have some application after death, but sometimes those tasks have little or no worth in our world, and yet the corpse, living mentally in its former reality, cannot be persuaded to abandon its behavior. Occasionally, the behavior can be modified to one of the useful purpose, but more often all we can do is ignore the corpse, which strikes me as a regrettable waste of manpower. Nevertheless, even the densest corpse can be used for menial tasks, and this becomes their primary value. Ei saa mustaa nikkiä. No onneksi ei, koska mulla on sitä ei erottaisi tuosta tummaharmaasta. Corpses can be made to perform functions which the living cannot or would not perform. I can't recall a time when battles were waged by living soldiers. Why trouble ourselves when we have available so many who have already fallen? Their insensitivity to pain allows them to sustain blows that would cripple a living soldier. The dead don't stop until they can no longer move. In addition to war, corpses can be induced to undertake all potentially harmful tasks, such as fending off attacks from would-be predators. Claws and poison stings are fearful only to those who are aware of the consequences. Personally, I feel that we should be focusing our magic on keeping ourselves alive, rather than resurrecting ourselves from death. With the plague more rampant than ever, we are fighting a losing battle. Even now the dead outnumber the living. Possession. Tässä on tosi mielenkiintoisia nämä kirjat ollut kyllä, niin kuin mä luulen, no, nämä on varmaan, onkohan nämä aika pitkälti noista oikeista kirjoista. Siis oikeista Death Gate-kirjoista. Whenever I begin to research a new spell, I always start by attempting to build the runes to establish spells. Sometimes an entirely new spell can be discovered by adding a single rune onto a totally unrelated spell. This was the case with Possession, the art of casting one's soul into a lower life form. I started by taking some basic runes and building onto them. Many of the standard spell bases turn out to be dead ends. I foraged through some of my ancient texts without much success, but I did discover an obscure warding spell of awesome power. One wouldn't think that a warding spell would be manipulated into possession spell, but forceful spells are sometimes born from the most unlikely sources. Perustuu löyhästi Margaret Weissin ja Tracy Hickmanin Deathgate-kirjasarjaan, 7-osaseen Fantsu-kirjasarjaan. Tai siis käyttää sitä lisenssiä ja based on. Tää koko maailma on tää Deathgate ja tää koko premise on siitä kirjasarjasta ja Haplo ja nää päähahmot. DOS-boxilla vaikka. Mä pelaan Windows 98 kautta, mutta ihan DOS-peli. Net-Anttilasta vaan iso kehi ja DOS-boxilla pelaa. CD-peli siis joku on niin paljon ääninäyttelyä ja muuta. The warding spell has a long history. I don't know if it has ever been used in Abarrach. Varmaan siis Kogista löytyy myöskin. Ja varmaan voi olla, että Steamistäkin löytyy. It can only be cast by a group of very powerful Sartan. The spell creates a huge shield that repels any foreign magic. I remain uncertain as to its original purpose. The diagram of its rune structure follows. Okay, we're gonna learn a new spell. If we have the runes. Using this as a base, I experimented by adding variation of runes onto the end. Process was long and tedious, but as it happened, only one rune was needed to fashion an altered spell. The diagram of the new spell follows. That rune is actually, I think that might be the key. Siellä sen staffin päässä siellä kellotornissa voi olla siinä oli joku stripe siinä. The result was the possession spell. Testing it proved somewhat difficult. There are certain limitations inherited in the magic. One can only cast one soul into a lower life form, such as the paukas we use as beasts of burden. 2. One must have physical contact with the target. The soul transfers through touch, so the spell cannot be cast over distance. While one is inhabiting the possessed body, the original body is rendered immobile and helpless. I have some theories regarding the dynamics of the spell. The soul should be capable of continuing existence in the new body. Eventually, however, that soul will forget its previous existence and come to think and behave in accordance with the inclinations of the possessed body. But even then, the original soul should prove retrievable by the applications of certain spells. It might even be possible to reconstruct the original body by using the host body while the soul still exists. Unfortunately, my research has not revealed the spell required to accomplish this, the knowledge of which would have been great comfort during the test phase of possession. Eli tää ukko on varmaan nyt niinku posessoinut itteensä vahingossa johonkin tommoseen zombiin tai jopa siihen käärmeeseen. Ja se ei pääse enää ulos sieltä, koska sille ei ole mitään vaihtoehtoa. The extent of our lost knowledge is shameful. Surely our ancestors had access to these and innumerable other magical spells, and I am merely passing over well-trodden ground. If only my own library was more complete. Unravel illusion. A lot of spell stuff here. Another art that was intrigued for me for some time is illusion. I have many books on the subject, though none of them detail the entire spell. The use of this magic produces insidious results. The spell speaks directly to the reasoning center of the brain of the higher animals such as Sartan, Patron, and even the mensch races. The spell persuades the brain to accept that something is there when it isn't, or that something isn't there when it is. For example, an illusion spell can create a table in the middle of an empty room, even though the person viewing the table might grasp that the table is an illusion. He will not be able to pass his hand through it because the spell has convinced his brain otherwise. Possibilities abound for employing this spell, and I regret that all the attempts to reproduce it have left me with nothing to show for my efforts. However, I have been somewhat more successful in learning the Unravel illusion spell by approaching it from reverse. My reasoning is that I might be able to build the spell by first determining how to break an illusion. Reverse engineering. At the time of this writing, I have not yet discovered the spell, but I suspect that I am very close. I knew that this day would come. Water has become more scarce every day. The field of Cairn grass are withering, and the lake, our primary water source, is drying up. Soon the lake will be nothing but mud, and then little more than a rock and dust. The Colossus must be failing. When our ancestor built it, the Colossus was intended to last forever, heating our world, melting the sea of ice above, and distributing the water throughout. Its magic is dying. We must travel back into the core of Abarrach, where our ancestors originated, where the remaining magic is strongest. Life will still be possible there, although all I've seen are pictures and descriptions in my texts. I'm sure that if I could examine the Colossus firsthand, I might be able to determine the problem and help to correct it. There is no other choice. We shall sail back to Cairn Necros, the place of the Clydus 14th, and the current dynasty of the northwestern edge of the Fire Sea. Out of respect, we shall beseech His Majesty for permission to live in Cairn Necros while the Colossus is being repaired. I don't anticipate any resistance. Who would refuse refugees, especially ones eager to help correct the problem? Well, there might be. And as I have stated, we have no choice but to go, for life in Telestia will shortly become unfeasible. The problem of transporting the dead is an extremely challenging one. Many of them, removed from their familiar surroundings, will grow disoriented. 3 at least will find it impossible to adapt, so we've decided to leave them behind. The first is my own servant Arimas. He has been with my family for as long as I can remember. Although his thoughts are clear as the best of the dead, he is simply too frail to undertake the journey. I will leave him here where he is comfortable. The second is my nanny. Yep. Lately, she has fallen victim to a repetitive behavior, that of reading children's stories over and over again. Should the book she loves be taken away from her, she is despondent until it is returned. Not only will she be useless to us where we are going, I doubt she could survive the trip intact. The last is Yeti, one of the crop workers. He is among the most physically well-developed corpses that we have, but his brain is like a sea. He waters his crops as if they were still growing, as if there was still water to pour on them. If he is instructed to do something else, he will perform that task for a few moments, only to wander right back to watering his crops. We can spare one of the living to supervise him by continually reminding him to accompany us, and we haven't the time to train one of the dead to do it. So it would be best to leave him here. I leave these notes for you to find, reader. Their purpose is to shed light on who we are and where we have gone, so that you will follow in our path. Do not remain here, life is impossible. Follow us to the core where we have a fighting chance. Boo. End of the book. Okay, we found another location. You have learned 2 spells. Great. But we're still stuck here, I think. No, we're not. You exit the study, making certain to leave the doors unlocked in case you wish to return. You stand in the foyer of a small house. So what did we learn? Ward. What was the... Possession. Identify. What was the word? This powerful spell can only be cast by a group of talented sorcerers working together. It erects... haha. Okay, I wonder...
Would you... See you later.
Oh. I have forgotten to save. For a long time, I don't want to die now.
Would you...
Would you?
Go grab...
And then... What if we cast possession? Okie doke. Can we? Leak out again. Decides to meet you halfway, you end up pulling back a stump. Gruesome shit. Okay, I'm gonna take a short peace break. Then we're gonna go check the other place. Yes. Eli sitten me lennellään tuonne Kleituksen palatsiin. Meinasko, onko Veksu vielä kuulolla, meinasitko pelata Deathgatea jossain vaiheessa? Olisi kiva tulla kattelemaan. Tää on kyllä hauska ja chilli. Mikäs tästä oli se? Siis tästähän on mikäs se nyt on? Se oli Legend Entertainment teki. Niin Shannara, joo. Ja vissiin Superhero League of Hoboken on kanssa. Ja Companions of Xant. Mä luulen, että ne on tällä samalla moottorilla tehty. Deathgate 94 ja Shannara 95. Shannara on vissiin se niinku kans pitäisi ite pelaa ehkä. Path, Palace, Cave. You take few steps in, but the cave quickly branches into many tunnels. Roger. Path.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You walk purposefully towards the front entrance. The guards there stare at you in wonder, never having expected anyone willingly walk into the palace. As soon as you approach, one of the guards barks out. You explain that you're trailing the refugees from Telestia. The guard claims he doesn't know what you're talking about, but knowing look to his companion leads you to believe otherwise. They inform you that all visitors must see the dynasty. He makes his habit to greet them personally and hold a banquet in their honor. Again, the knowing look that passes between the guards is disquieting. With the grip that is more insistent than friendly, the first guard escorts you into the palace. You wait for about an hour in a bare room with a single door and no windows. Then the same guard takes you to a large room with a long table piled with food and drink. At the head of the table, a man wearing rich robes and a crown of gold sits in a throne-like chair. A broad welcoming smile on his face, he invites you to sit and partake of this meal set out in your honor. For a lack of better plan, you sit down.
Greetings, my friend. My name is Clytus the 14th. I am the Dynast of Abarrach, and I rule here, but you probably know that. I'm always pleased to receive visitors. I get so very little. Please, tell me how things are in the outer reaches.
Veksu levelappaa siellä. Tuo on ihan itse asiassa hauska systeemi, toi level up-systeemi, että sinne voisi tehdä niin kuin esimerkiksi noita huutomerkkikomentoja, jos ne vielä sais niin kuin sen lojaltisysteemin silleen, että se olisi joku valikko tavallaan siinä paneeleissa, niin sinne saisi silleen, että tiettyjä juttuja pystyy vaan niin kuin nostamaan kanavapisteillä, kun on tietyn levelinen. Eli niin kuin sit se level up vaikuttaisi myös siihen, ei pelkät kanavapisteet. Ja sitten on kaikki ne, että subista saa pystyy määrittämään montako kanavapistettä saa per katsottu 5 minuuttia tai per subi tai sit niitä pystyy myös antaa niinku muuten erikseen. Mut se, että ne niinku ne systeemit, toimiikohan nämä edes?
Name's Ash. Housewares.
Joo. Niinku noi maksaa nyt 10 pistettä per... Mä pistin ne kaikki silleen. Niin sinne pystyisi määrittämään niinku levelitasonkin, että tietyllä levelillä vaan pystyy launchaan tiettyjä ja vaikka kalliimpia, mutta ne on nyt kaikki sama hintaisia. Pisteitä on. Joo, vissiin 10 pinnaa per 5 minuuttia tulee tällä hetkellä. Olisiko se ollut silleen? I'm not your friend, Cletus. I'm not your buddy, guy.
The outer reaches aren't good. Water's drying up. Life is difficult, if not impossible.
I have heard some distressing reports about the quality of life in some of the outer reaches, but nothing verifiable. I've been waiting for first-hand information. I'm glad you're here. Are you a refugee? Are there others that require assistance?
Assistance? Yes. No, they're all dead. I'm a refugee. I'm an emissary of about 10,000 people.
I'm no refugee.
So, you don't represent anyone? You don't require assistance? Very well. You know, you look very different. Foreign. I've seen people from all over Abarrach, and you look like none of them. Who are you? Where are you from?
Your ancestor banished my people there.
I came from Karn Telest. You know of it?
Telest? You know, I think I've heard of that place recently, but I can't quite remember where. Where are my manners? You've probably been traveling for some time and are very hungry. I've been forcing you to converse while all of this food has lain here getting cold. You have my leave to partake. We will talk more later, I'm sure.
Do you have any wine to go with this food? Let me out of here, you maniac. Tässä on hauskoja yliampuvia keskusteluvaihtoehtoja.
Don't mind if I do.
Holy shit, mitä sen naamalle tämä? You dive into the food and find it surprisingly good. The feast is comprised of steaming meats and vegetables, none of which you recognize. After the first course shared by Cletus at the far end of the table, the dynast produces a bottle of red wine from the bar behind him and pours a single glass. He orders dead servant to take the glass from his hand and place it before you.
Please accept this special wine. I only bring it out for special occasions. I'm sure you'll find it to be unique.
Excellent.
I think I'll save this for later if it's all the same.
You start to feel a little uncomfortable. You place the glass on the table and say,
It is not the same, my friend. You will drink that wine, and you will do it now. I've lost all patience with you.
Rippistä rallaa sieltä ne myrkyt kurkkuu vaan. Kerranko sitä? He rises from the table and traces a spell in the air while you watch, dumbfounded. The blue rune shoots across the banquet table and explodes in your chest. You expect to feel some pain, but all you notice is an overwhelming hunger. Minkälaista viinaa se absintti on? In spite of yourself, you snatch up the crystal goblet and drain the contents. Clytus smiles and sits back down, satisfied.
I know you, patron. Our books talk about your race. We believed them to be legends, but here we have proof. And if you are real, how many more of the other legends could be true? The other realms. The Death Gate. Abarrach is dying. There's no way to save it, but you represent a way into new worlds, fresh lands to conquer. After you are dead, your corpse will tell me everything I wish to know. You will help me destroy your own people. Think on this as the poison eats through your body. Guards, remove this trash.
Soldiers grab you roughly from the chair and drag you down long winding corridors. Cletus's laugh echoing in your ears. You quickly lose track of the road, your aching midsection demanding all of your attention. Soon you are thrown against the cold stone walls and shackles snap around your wrists. Jos meidät myrkytettiin, niin miksi meidät pitäisi nyt pistää? You slump to the floor as the guards stroll from the room, laughing at some private joke. You gather enough strength to look around the room. It's a stone cell. One wall has an open doorway, suggesting that manacles are what keep prisoner from escaping. A peg on the wall is home to a key on a ring, which looks like it might fit the lock on your shackles. It is, of course, out of the reach. Another occupant of the cell is chained to the same wall that holds you prisoner. A thin crown along his brow attracts your attention. This Sartan boy is some kind of royalty. Why he is confined in a dungeon is beyond you. The paleness of his skin, the occasional grunts and spasms all lead you to believe that he has had his share of Clytus's poison as well. Pendant. Take pendant. Dog. Talk to Edmund.
Hello, my friend. It looks like we're both in the same boat. So much for relying on the hospitality of strangers.
Well, I'm not in my boat, and that's the problem.
Who are you? My name is Edmund, and I'm the Crown Prince of Telestia. You couldn't tell I was royalty by the deluxe accommodations? Who are you?
My name is Haplo. I'd shake your hand, but I'm kind of tied up right now.
Very nice to meet you, Haplo. Any enemy of Clytus is a friend of mine.
You're a prince? Why were you put in the dungeon?
It's a long story. I come from Telestia, a city on the outer edges of Abarrach. A few years ago, our water supplies started to dry up. Balthazar, the royal necromancer, studied the problem and discovered that the Colossus was failing. The magic that sustained us for thousands of years was ebbing. We knew that our time was limited. We boarded everyone onto our ships and set sail for the Fire Sea. None of us had been there before, but Balthazar's ancient maps indicated a route. The trip was perilous. What's more, our ships hadn't been used for thousands of years, since we first came to Telestia. By the time we arrived, we had lost many of our people, including the king, my father. Therefore, I became my people's leader. Our intended destination was this palace. We had never seen the palace, or met the dynast that ruled us. Instead of arriving on his doorstep with a few thousand refugees, I decided to leave them in a warren of natural caves that we discovered, and come here as an envoy. I thought that Clytus and I could speak and decide where my people could live.
Interesting.
I arrived at the palace alone. He greeted me with open arms and invited me to a banquet. My people have been living on withered cairn grass for months, so I must admit that a banquet sounded appetizing. During the meal, he began to question me. The questions were innocuous at first, but became more probing and less veiled as Clytus continued. He asked military questions. What was the size of our forces and where were the troops bivouacked? Suddenly, he was sounding less like a benevolent leader and more like a king bent on eliminating any threats to his power or strains on his kingdom's food supply. Just as I stood up and announced that I wished to take my leave, a sharp pain doubled me over. Clytus simply looked over and smiled. He explained that the wine in my cup had been poisoned, and that after it killed me, he would drag the answers from my corpse. His guards brought me down here and locked me up. Now, I'm just waiting to die.
Nice magic runes you got there.
What exactly is this Colossus?
The Colossus is a stone spire infused with the magic of the ancients. It heats the world and slowly melts the celestial sea, a huge body of ice which feeds water throughout Abarrach. For some reason, it is failing. Our water supply has dried up. It doesn't make any sense. According to Balthazar's books, the Colossus was designed to last forever. He hoped to examine the Colossus and perhaps help to mend it. But now we'll never get the chance. By ignoring the problem and focusing on his own petty self-interests, Clytus is sealing our world's doom.
Where is the Colossus?
The Colossus is in Clytus's palace. It lies at the center of the ancient catacombs which run through the palace's foundation. The entrance is right across from this dungeon. Although Balthazar's books state this, they don't show the path through the catacombs. It's said that only the Dynast knows the way.
Where are your people now?
They are safely tucked away in the secret caves along the edge of the Fire Sea. Clytus would give his eye teeth to know where. If somehow we managed to escape, we would still be stranded here with no way to cross the sea.
I've got a ship. If you show me where they are, I could transport us there.
The chances of escape are slim, but it's nice to know that we will have a way across the sea if we do.
How long have you been here?
Not long. Less than a day, surely. I fear that I can't hold out much longer, though. The poison has ravaged my system. It appears, for some reason, to be working faster on you. Perhaps you received a larger dose. I doubt that you have more than a couple hours left.
Why didn't you send some nobody as your envoy? Seems like a dangerous job for a prince.
Everyone under my rule is important. There are no nobodies. I would risk myself before I would send someone else into danger.
Quality leader right there. Oikein johtaja, edestä johtaja.
Can your people pose a threat to the Dynast? They sound like a bunch of farmers.
We are mostly peaceful folk, but we have some reserves of dead fighting troops. That doesn't matter much, though. While Clytus holds the scepter of rulership, he could turn my army into dust before it even got into position.
Let's back up a step.
Suit yourself.
Isn't Telestia quite a ways from here?
Yes. It was a long, perilous journey which claimed my father. It's rather hard to accept that it was all for nothing.
Let's talk about something else.
All right.
What's Clytus' story? How'd he get to be Dynast?
That is a story. I only know the parts of the legend that Balthazar found in his reading. I guess we don't have anywhere to go, so I might as well tell you. According to the legend, our ancestors created this world and populated it with the weak races. Those races continually warred with each other, so our ancestors decided to sleep until everyone began to get along. Presumably, when that happened, our ancestors would wake and rejoin the new society. I guess they made Abarrach a little too hostile for the weaker races. The heat and impure air were killing more of them than their petty wars were. So they banded together much sooner than anticipated and roused our ancestors. They arose to discover that the world was killing the races instead of nurturing them. They also found that there was nothing that they could do to save them. It required all of their magic just to keep themselves alive. So they selected a handful of members from each race, placed them in the sleep chambers from which they had just risen, and waited for something called the interconnection. The books were a little unclear about this term. All they say is that it would make life much better on Abarrach. Clytus I was a member of the High Council at that time. One day, he arrived in the council session with a powerful magic scepter. With it, he convinced the others to found a monarchy, with himself as the dynast, the ruler. The line has continued unbroken, as far as I can tell, to this day. Each new son takes up the scepter of rulership and becomes the new dynast. The man who tossed us in this dungeon is Clytus XIV. It's said that his scepter can turn a man to dust in seconds. No one wants to confront such raw magic, so he remains in power. Clytus I did do something right, though. He introduced us to necromancy. It's only by bringing back our dead that we have been able to stay alive. He even sacrificed his own personal servant as the first experiment.
What happened to the rest of the weaker races?
They died. There was no way to save them. It must have been horrible to watch them die, completely helpless to do anything.
Sounds like he's the product of a little too much inbreeding.
I know nothing about Clytus's specific lineage, but madness is a symptom of inbreeding, and he is certainly displaying that.
Does the council still exist?
No. Clytus I disbanded it when he created the monarchy. My ancestor was a member. This amulet I wear was a badge of his office. It's been in my family ever since, and I wear it proudly.
You really think necromancy is all that hot?
If Clytus's scepter can turn a man to dust, why does he bother with poison?
He still needs information from me. I assume the same is true for you. If he destroyed us, the information would be lost as well. If he kills us with poison, we are undamaged. Then he can resurrect us and demand the information he wants. Since the dead always serve the living, we'll have no choice but to tell him everything.
You mean that if Clytus didn't have this scepter, he wouldn't be in charge?
I would challenge him myself if I could count on a fair fight. My claim to the throne is as strong. My ancestor was also a member of the High Council. These are all pipe dreams, though. His scepter would make dust of them and me.
What happened to his personal servant?
Shortly after he rose to power, Clytus I sent him away. I believe he was banished to the ancestral home of the dwarves. In fact, it would have been in the caverns around Telestia. No one has explored that area in ages. I wonder if he's still there.
Yep, the dwarf is still living in the cave.
You really think necromancy is all that hot?
It's hard to question something that is such a fundamental part of your life. But Balthazar has raised some interesting points. He believes that we should be concentrating on rediscovering the old, lost magic arts. If we used our magic to make our lives better, we wouldn't need to bring back the dead. To be totally honest, seeing my father resurrected into a shadow of his former self was chilling. I don't look forward to dying myself, or to the inevitable result.
That was an intriguing story, but let's talk about something else.
All right. I don't have much else to do.
Why do I feel so sick?
That would be the poison. You've experienced Clytus's special welcome. It appears that he likes to invite strangers to a banquet, extract whatever information he can while pretending to be friendly, and then poison them. After they die, he resurrects the corpses to have them answer any remaining questions. Don't feel special. It happened to me as well.
What happens if he decides he wants to keep his victim alive, or someone accidentally drinks the poison? Is it too late, or is there an antidote?
There is an antidote, though it's unlikely we'll ever get our hands on it. I overheard some of the guards talking about it when they were planning to sneak wine from the banquet room's bar. The bar contains a variety of liqueurs in a wide array of colors. As you're aware, the poisoned wine is in a red bottle. The antidote is in a clear bottle. It's useless to even think about it, though. Even if we could get out of these chains, we'd never make it past all the guards.
Why did this Clytus lock us up?
To give the poison time to kill us.
No way am I telling him anything, even after my death.
I'm afraid you'll have no choice. Part of the process of resurrection ensures that you'll serve the living to the full extent of your ability. You'll be glad to answer any questions he might have.
Do you know any way out of here?
In fact, I do. One of Balthazar's old books showed a secret passage out of the palace's foundation. If we were unfettered, I might be able to find that passage.
Why is that dog watching us? Is he just waiting for us to die so he can chew on our bones?
That's Clytus's personal hunting hound. The guards have orders to let him go anywhere he wants, so he has run of the palace. He's probably here because he's curious. They don't get many new visitors. I don't hold it against the hound that he belongs to Clytus. He seems nice enough. Until you came, he was my only company. He's a good listener.
That's an interesting medallion you're wearing. Could I have it?
I'm afraid not. It belonged to my ancestor and has been passed from father to son for centuries. I treasure it with my life.
Interesting. I wonder what the spell is.
I'd like to rest.
I understand.
Okay, I have an idea. We are poisoned. Steak. Give steak. I mean, could we use... hunger. We learned that. Because, yeah, we learn all the spells that someone uses that we can see. Okay, and now we're gonna... I think now we're gonna possess ourselves with the dog. The magic swiftly takes hold. You stiffen as you feel your soul passing away. Everything spins and you begin to panic. It all goes dark. The darkness doesn't last long. You quickly come to your senses, but instantly discover that they aren't the same senses you've come to expect. Your vision now only perceives the world in shades of grey, although your hearing and sense of smell have been enhanced. You realize that you inhabit the body of a dog, and that this dog has been trained to track game by smell. This must be the body of Clytus's royal hunting hound. We are pro-magicians. Can we... The entire world's seal. So with that, there's all the seals. We could use the rune. Okay.
Hello, my friend. It looks like we're both...
Why don't you get up?
I can't get up. The poison...
I'd like to...
I understand.
Wise. I wonder... We can change into a dog now.
This pendant is ancient. It's
Okay, forward was backward. You pass upstairs, passing a number of alert guards. They pat you on the head and smile and allow you to pass. It seems this dog has run off the palace. After a bit of exploration, which involves sticking your nose into a lot of empty rooms, you discover the original banquet room that you were escorted to. You've taken a good deal of time to locate it, however, and you're very worried about the condition of your body. Clear bottle. Which one? Doggo. Is that fully clear bottle? Can we see all the stripes? The poison claims your life. As a dog, you can only carry... I think we might be fucked. Let's see. Spell. Hunger. Tää on taas tällainen, missä on tietty määrä siirtoja. Let's take that one. Drink. Yep. You take a big swig from a clear bottle, grateful that you were able to tell it from the colored bottles when it didn't filter out any of the multicolored lines on the tablecloth. You feel the effects at once. The knots in your stomach loosen and the weight lifts from your limbs. You can feel that the liquid has cured you. Okay. Then we gotta possess ourselves again.
Yes, my friend?
Would you accompany me? I'm looking to get out of here.
I'd be happy to. Let's leave while we can.
Okay. Let's escape.
Behind a panel in that wall is a tunnel which leads directly to the docks. We should be able to sneak out to your ship and sail away before they know what's happening. When we're away, I'll direct you to the caves where my people hide. I must tell them about the situation here, and perhaps they can help you as well.
Behind that. What? You heave the door open and wander into the dark tunnels beyond. You're in a dimly lit chamber with an ancient catacombs. Do we need to possess the dog? Okay, so what the hell?
Yes, my friend?
You know the way back to your people? You can get us there?
Of course. If I can get hold of a ship, I can pilot it.
That's all. We'll talk.
Sure. It's not like I've...
Well... Ah...
This is an incredible vessel. Great workmanship. I've never seen anything like it. I assume that the steering is similar to the ships that I've piloted. If you'll give me leave, I'll take us to the secret caves on the edge of the Fire Sea.
Here we go. Ah, there's also, yeah. And that's where the dwarf lives. Cool, cool. 15 points. No.
Thank you, my friend, for helping me escape. I will be forever in your debt, and I intend to help you in your quest. Right now, however, I must speak with some of the elders. I have to tell them about Clytus, and we must make plans. If you go back to the palace, I will meet you there. We have a few ships ourselves that can take me. Until then, farewell.
Mob of Sartan. No. Sartanin kavereina kiva olla. Meidän vihamiehet. You go through your repertoire of attention getting devices, finally deciding on a straightforward tap on the shoulder. This causes the recipient to suddenly drop the playing pieces he was shaking in his hand. He starts to protest, but when the other players begin to moan, his head drops to look at the winning throw and he laughs.
That was my luckiest throw of the night, and I owe it all to you.
What are you doing?
Doing? Why, we're playing Runebone. It passes the time while we're waiting for the prince to decide what we're going to do. I was losing all night until you nudged me. That last throw made up for my entire losing streak.
What are those stones you won?
They're not stones. They're rune bones. We make them from animal bones. Each unique rune bone has an individual rune carved into it, but they all interlock. When you throw them down, they form a design. If the bones fall in such a way that they form a legal spell, you win, and all the other players must contribute one of their rune bones to you. If no recognized spell is formed, you lose the bones you threw. Once you run out of rune bones, you're out of the game.
Interesting game.
Are these spells real? Can you cast them?
Of course not. The runes are all fictitious. We made up the runes and the spells when we made up the game. Although when I created some of my runes, I snuck a peek at a few of the bookworm's old tomes. I wanted the runes to look authentic.
Since I was responsible for your throw, don't you owe me some of your winnings?
Sure, my friend. I guess you did bring me luck on my heaviest bet. I suppose I could let you have a few, just so you can practice a little at the game. If you get good enough, maybe we'll let you join in.
Are you hot or is it just me?
That's all. Thanks, pal.
No problem.
The dog growls and backs away from the east wall. The small white hexagon, the rune has been carved onto its face. The dog starts barking at the east wall. This is not... Can we use the dog to see what the hell is going on? Secret cave. Hold on. Let's check it again. An evil smell. Oh, Balthasar.
How can I help you?
Are you Balthazar?
That I am. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. Who did you say you were?
I didn't say.
That's right, you didn't. That's why I'm giving you the opportunity now.
I like these dialogues. They are a good game.
My name is Haplo.
Haplo. Haplo. Strange sounding name. Where do you hail from?
I don't really have a home. I've been on the move since I was young.
I see. That must be very difficult. Food is so scarce that we were forced to settle in one area to grow even the pitiful supply of crops we harvest. You must have some other source. Perhaps sometime you can let me know what it is. For right now, how can I help you?
I've been to your home. I followed your directions here.
You followed my directions here? I'm glad that my journal served some purpose. If it helped to save one life, it was worth leaving behind.
Thank you for the follow, Crow Chavan. How do you name? Crow Cavan. Crow. Thank you for the follow. Kiitos followista.
You're the same Balthasar who is the king's necromancer?
That's correct. Although as the royal necromancer, I suppose that I serve Edmund now.
Prince Edmund has told me quite a bit about you.
The prince is a good lad. A trifle young to be sure, but holding up remarkably well under the strain of leadership. The loss of his father has been hard on him. He wasn't meant to assume the crown for years to come. My thanks for your part in bringing him home.
The king is dead?
He wasn't a strong man. I think perhaps he had the plague at the end. It was befuddling his senses. The prince refused to assume the leadership from his father, so we followed the king until he died. Those were strange days. The king would lead us in circles as his mind slowly decayed. His death was inevitable. When someone contracts the plague, it is only a matter of time.
Matter of time.
What is this plague?
We're not quite sure. For as long as I can remember, people have been falling prey to a mysterious sickness. We just call it the plague for lack of a better term. When someone contracts it, he dies days later. There is no cure. There doesn't seem to be any cause. It's not contagious in the usual sense. It strikes randomly. All of our efforts to learn more about it have proved futile. The plague has decimated our population. The dead far outnumber the living. Even if our world wasn't threatened by the imminent collapse of the Colossus, I question how long the plague will let us all live.
I'd like to talk about something else.
Certainly.
What are you reading?
This is just one of my own books on magic. I'm trying to master one of the lost arts, illusion. I'm so close to the spell that I can taste it. A breakthrough last night has placed it just within reach.
Hey, thanks man. I've been here the last 30 minutes until I realized I wasn't logged in. I've enjoyed every minute. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good to hear, good to hear. Yeah, Kik's new. I've been here like, well, couple of weeks, created my account, but now I kinda wanna start streaming more, trying to make more time and do these great, excellent retro games. A lot of different stuff, but this is one of my childhood favorites that I've never completed. Because I'm not a native English, I'm a Finnish guy, and I was like 12 when this came out in '94. I bought it because of the cool cover. The cover art is so beautiful of the box. Played it like not this far, like probably the first world. Didn't understand all the English and wasn't too keen on reading all the books that there are in this world to give the tips. This is quite straightforward if you just read it through. But after that I got interested in the books, and I actually own all the 7 books of this story, the original books, and they're very good. And this is actually following it quite nicely. So yeah, I love this kind of storytelling. Even though they are kind of like just listening to the stories and reading stuff and doing that, but they're chill. Oh yeah, we need the break illusion spell to break the wall.
What was this breakthrough?
I've been trying to construct the spell by taking a back route. I reasoned that if I discovered how to break an illusion, I might be able to build one. Last night, I happened upon the correct rune structure to unravel an illusion. Using this as a foundation, I should be able to construct the Create Illusion spell.
Unravel. Create an illusion, that's easy.
Have you tested your Unravel Illusion spell?
Well, no, I haven't found any illusions anywhere. Not that I would be able to recognize one if I saw it. That's the nature of illusions. The only other way to conjure an illusion is to create one. And since I can't do that yet, I have no way of testing my Unravel Illusion spell. Although all the signs indicate that it is complete, I'd love to find an illusion somewhere to try it out on. But who knows where the ancients decided to place their illusions, if anywhere.
We have an illusion in the wall.
Create an illusion? That's easy. I've been able to do that since I was a kid.
Well then, I might as well put a halt to my research right now. I'll leave the teaching of my apprentices to you, and I'll resurrect myself since my life's purpose is over. Thank you for the insight.
What an asshole. We don't have any.
Yes.
Have you noticed anything unusual about that cave wall to the east?
Unusual? No, it's just...
What would you say if I told you that it was an illusion?
I'd say, how can you possibly know that? Your brain can't distinguish reality from illusion. You are a higher life form, aren't you? That's just an assumption, mind you.
What an asshole. I just fucking love these dialogues.
I've looked at it through the dog's eyes and it's not there. What do you think that means?
You mean you possessed the dog and he didn't see it? Yes, that would follow. The spell does not communicate with the lower life forms, and by possessing the body of such a form, you would bypass the magic of the illusion. You say it was the east wall. It's an illusion. Imagine. I've been sitting this close to an illusion every day, eager for a chance to test my Unravel Illusion spell. I'll try it now.
Great, Balthazar. And we learn it also. Balthazar wanders over to the cave wall. He touches it, even pushes it with all his might. With a questioning look in your direction, he waves his hand about, tracing blue glowing lines in the air. When he has finished the final rune, the spell floats into the wall. The rock flickers, then dissolves like so much mist. Beyond, you see a small crawlway stretching into darkness.
It worked! It worked! This is exactly what my research needed. Now that I know the Unravel Illusion spell is correct, it won't take long to finish the Create Illusion spell.
Balthazar dives back into his book and resumes reading the rekindled enthusiasm. Yes. So actually the snake might be... I was thinking... I'm out of coffee. I was thinking if the snake is an illusion, Okay, I gotta get something to drink. I'll grab a water or something. I'll be right back. Okay, so yeah, Crow, do you stream? I used to on Trovo and Twitch. Okay, I've never been in Trovo or even used it. Or so what is it like? Who uses it? I think it's... Was it like Spanish or... Where are you from? I think Trovo was used like French or... I met a couple guys here in Kik that were using Trovo and they were like French or Spanish or something like that. Yeah, I was on Twitch as well, but not very active. This is my second shot at streaming, so... At the beginning, Trovo was the best because you could get a lot of people and money. It was fun, then it changed. Okay, so let's hope Kik doesn't turn into that kinda... So, but yeah, of course they gotta lure people in with good deals and stuff, but we'll see. I kinda like Kik as it is. Of course it's beta and things not working and stuff like that, but... Okay, the dog stays behind, bristling and growling at the tunnel. The air in this small hidden cavern is heavy and thick. Something happened here, something very evil. I think we died. Or what? Your fingers touch the black material of the rope. It feels inexplicably cold. The frost runs up your arm and soon your whole body begins to shiver. The rocks of the cave seem to take on a life all their own. They whirl and twist and become something totally new. You realize that you are seeing a vision of an entirely different place. That must be the... You see a man dressed in the robe you touched. Although the room is dark, he is unmistakably Sartan. He stands in front of the gigantic stone spire covered with magic runes. His attention is focused on a large rune in the center of the spire. This is probably the thing that keeps this place alive. What was it? At Twitch I was not able to get much of people, but might start here at Kik. So what are you streaming? What kind of content do you create? Spanish, okay, cool. So Trovo was like more Spanish platform, I think. It's not familiar. I only know like Twitch basically and now Kik, so... Yeah, I'm hoping the retro community grows more on Kik as well. Okay, cool, cool. Retro gaming is cool. There's so much variety just in retro games, because you can play consoles, old Spectrum, Commodore 64, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, up to PlayStation 1, 2, and PC gaming, DOS era and Windows era, and it's just perfect. You really gotta start. I'll actually hit you a follow already, so... So I'm ready when you start streaming. A nervous... Oh, this is the first... A nervous dwarf stands nearby watching this man cast spell at the rune. The wizard curses and yells as the blue fire strikes the stone, but without effect. Yeah, it's so cool. Cool to have like a lot of variety in retro. And it's like... It's kind of sad that Kick still has like a lot of retro streamers are those that make reruns and like TAS video retro stuff and stuff like that. But I think it's just a matter of time. I still watch people in Twitch, but I don't stream there anymore, so... Because a lot of people are there. Dude is like, what the... Pointing at us. Finally, particularly fierce spell actually affects a column. Its usually constant blue glow grows faint. With a triumphant shriek, the wizard commands the dwarf to approach the spire and break the rune. Yeah, don't do that. The dwarf quakes with fear but remains steadfast. He approaches the rune with a hammer and wedge held out in front of him. When he cautiously touches them to the rune, a massive explosion throws his body back like a rag doll. I think we just learned a resurrection spell. The man shrieks again, but in frustration. He curses the dwarf's limp body for its weakness. The strength of the madness enters the wizard, and even while maintaining the spell that holds the spire's rune at bay, he simultaneously casts a mighty spell, too quick to memorize, upon the dwarf's corpse. So the dude's casting like 2 spells at a time. A misty image of the dwarf appears, floating over the body. Its expression is one of pain and terror. It's as if something has taken hold of it, in the manner of a rope wrapped around his foot, and is dragging it back into the corpse. When the spirit image has been totally subsumed by the body, the dwarf's eyes jerk open. Holy shit. The man in black screams at the dwarf. There's little audio issues in the game, like some sounds are like super loud. Well, it's for the good effect, I believe. The man in black screams at the dwarf to finish his task. Slowly the dwarf drags himself to his feet, gathers up the hammer and wedge, and approaches the spire. He touches the tools to the rune again. Again, the magic reacts, but now explosion only rips flesh from his bones. And somehow the dwarf manages to stay his ground. Five blows of his hammer force a chunk from the center of the rune to fall away. Immediately the rune's glow vanishes and all of the other runes on the spire grow a bit darker. The man in black laughs as he picks up the piece of stone. He admires the rock in his hand as if it were some kind of relic. Then he turns his attention to the obvious hole, the spire's rune. With his free hand he weaves an intricate spell that is too complicated to follow, and suddenly the rune appears to be whole again. The strange pair exit the chamber, leaving the spire seemingly whole but much darker than it started. Yeah, that's the first king. The scene shifts. Now you see the same man seated on a throne. He holds a scepter, which has as its headpiece the same chunk of stone from the spire. Ah, now I get it. It's not the scepter, it's the headstone. Others in his court display obvious fear of their ruler and keep quite distance from him. This man seems to prefer it. You see no sign of the dwarf. The wizard is much older. He is handing the scepter to another younger man whose face bears close resemblance to that of the wizard. You can see the avarice and longing in his eyes and the reluctance in the eyes of the wizard in black. After the younger man has snatched the scepter away, he takes no further notice of the older wizard who walks slowly off. Now you see the old wizard in this very cave. He stands on the rock floor alone. The madness in his eyes is overwhelming. He murmurs to himself for a while. You catch only the mouthings of few words. They'll never find me and must never bring me back, never. Suicide spell. He hands wave aimlessly in the air, but then you begin to see the blue traces of a spell. Soon the rune construct is completed. It flies into his body and explodes in flames. The wizard trashes a bit, but in short order is no more than a pile of ash. Surprisingly, the rope he wore has been left untouched by the flame. Nothing happens for a while. Then you realize that the visions have ended and that you are looking at the same scene only thousands of years later. The rope lies in the same place, covering the ash remains of the old wizard. Tentatively, you pick up the rope, but no further images haunt you. Rolled and dice gave him one, yeah. I think he wanted to do that. He was the first Sartan. That's the reason they destroyed the centerpiece and this world started destroying or decaying, I think. What spell did we learn? What? It creates a magic fire inside the caster, which slowly burns its way to the surface by destroying him painfully and in totality. It doesn't affect the clothes or possessions. Once cast, there is no way to rescind it. No, let's not do that. What's that remains? Reading time. Study of necromancy. Let it be known by any who would read this book, who would learn the dark practice of necromancy, that it is forbidden. Let the reader do so at the peril to his soul and to those of his brethren. This tome is intended for information's sake only. He who disregards this warning and undertakes to practice this discipline has committed a crime against his race. At this time, a crime punishable by death by order of the Sardan High Council. Interesting. If this warning strikes you as too harsh, you are obviously not familiar with the after effects of this art. Simply put, for every person brought back from death, another of his race shall die untimely. That's the plague. This spell is a tantamount to a murder, therefore it is treated as such. So that's why they are rid with the plague. Necromancy is literally death magic. It can be used to draw back the spirit of the dead and force it to inhabit the body it has rightfully vacated. This does not bring the dead back to life. Indeed, the body loses its ability to feel and heal its wounds. Eventually, even the best kept corpses will be useless. Countless accidents and daily wear will eventually exhaust its potential. And the spirit never quite grasps what has happened. It exists in a state of constant confusion. In its own mind, it is reliving its past. It replays events that it has experienced despite different environments and the lack of other players and props. Some lose contact with this world entirely and live only in their created reality of the past. But that is an extreme case. Most spirits can understand and communicate with the living. This is their only benefit. Resurrected corpses obey the living as well as they can, given mental and physical limitations. In a situation where the living cannot function, at peril to life or death, a corpse can perform admirably. Necromancy was discovered by accident. A failed experiment to uncover the soul's destination after death unexpectedly provided the basis for the resurrection. No one understands precisely what the spell does. The spell results are understood, but where are we drawing the spirit from? What are we consigning it to? Why does another person have to die? And why only from the same race? These questions will have to remain unanswered. All experiments involving use the spell have been prohibited. The spell itself is as follows. This text should serve only to remind that the practice of necromancy has been condemned. By forgetting the art and its consequences, we risk that future generations will unwittingly follow our footsteps, rediscover the discipline, and repeat our mistakes. Look upon this text as knowledge pure and simple. Knowledge never kills or destroys except in the hands of those who misuse it. Well said. Now let's do some necromancy. After reading that, let's resurrect someone. Nah, just kidding. Just kidding. Is there anything else in this cave? Probably not.
I just had an incredible vision when I picked up this black robe. What do you think it means?
A vision? Tell me about it. This is amazing. You've just experienced the life of our first dynast, Clitus I. It answers quite a few questions I've had about his rise to power and his reign. It also answers many questions about our current situation.
How did this happen? Why did I see all of these things when I picked up the robe?
I'm not exactly sure. It's possible that when Clitus took his own life, the robe became infused with his spirit. This happens sometimes, especially when the death is particularly violent and the victim is very powerful in magic. When you picked up the robe, what was left of Clitus, lying there for thousands of years, passed through you. Your mind interpreted this by showing his memories. This is all speculation, you realize.
Yep. Speculation indeed.
Can you interpret the bit about Clitus's grab for power?
I would be happy to. What would you like to know?
Wasn't there a ruling council at that time? Could you tell me about it?
The High Council once governed over all of Abarrach. Clitus was a member. It democratically created laws for all Sartan and at one time the Mensch as well. When the Mensch woke the Sartan, the Council was the body that decided on the course of action. To put a handful of the Mensch to sleep and wait for the interconnection. The Council would have continued to rule if Clitus had not been so power-hungry.
Clitus and his hunger for power.
How did he convince the council to let him disband it and institute a monarchy?
He didn't have the political power to do that. No one did. So he required magical power to back his play. He made himself undefeatable with the scepter. No one dared to oppose him after he created it. It was child's play to institute the monarchy. He merely eliminated every possible opponent.
Why did he do all of this?
I believe that to be a member of Abarrach's council, the only requisite was a mastery of magic. This implied intelligence, but not necessarily sanity. Clitus was clearly insane, if not before his play for power, then afterward.
Yep. Sanity.
Let's move on to another topic.
Very well.
Can you tell me exactly what happened to the Colossus?
The Colossus is the source of Abarrach's magic. It is what warms the stone, melts the ice, and feeds water throughout the world. It was an unparalleled marvel, by far the greatest of the ancients' achievements. It contained so much power that it's easy to see why Clitus lusted after it.
What was the rune that he was battling with?
It was a containment rune. The spell was a cap for the Colossus's magic. It sealed the spells inside to keep the magic from flowing out, so that the Colossus would last forever.
What happened when he finally subdued it?
Over a period of several months, Clitus wove an intricate set of spells that temporarily weakened the containment rune. When the structure had drained the rune of enough power, he had his dwarf servant carve a chunk of the rune away. It was a central line of the rune. Without it, the symbol was meaningless and therefore powerless. The Colossus's magic began to drain away.
What did he do by removing a chunk of the rune?
It was much like taking a chunk of flesh from your body. The magic sealed inside of the Colossus started to leak out, like blood from a vital wound.
Yep.
Why did he do this when it would eventually destroy this world? Didn't he think ahead?
It's true that eventually the Colossus would lose enough power to cease supporting Abarrach. I'm sure Clitus must have known this. It's possible that Clitus was counting on the interconnection. He must have reasoned that thousands of years would pass before it would actually make a difference. Long before that, the interconnection would occur, and Abarrach would survive on the energies provided from it. On that, I'm a little unclear as well. The interconnection is a little mystical to me, but it's obvious that the ancients believed in it. Perhaps they shouldn't have. Thousands of years have passed and no interconnection has taken place. The Colossus is failing and it's taking our world with it.
What did he do at the end, before he left it?
Clytus was intelligent. He knew that people would see the Colossus with a huge chunk missing from the containment rune and realize something was amiss, so he placed an illusion upon it. Now the Colossus looks normal, even feels normal, but the hole is still there, the rune is still broken, and magic continues to flow.
I know where the piece is.
Can the Colossus be fixed?
That's an interesting question. I suppose it could. If the rune were reconnected, it would begin to function again. The spell would hold in the magic as it is supposed to. I don't know if the Colossus has enough magic left at this point to support Abarrach anymore, but at least it wouldn't lose anymore. The original fragment, if it were replaced, would do this. Actually, it wouldn't have to be the original fragment. Anything that had the missing line that fit into the hole would reconnect the rune. The complete rune is the important element, not the composition of the rock. If something with a fragment shape were placed inside the hole, the containment rune would reactivate.
Because the dwarf, the reanimated corpse of the first dwarf who destroyed it, he carved the Clytus statue in the clock tower, and he has the scepter in that. The statue has the scepter, and there's also the stone in the top, and that stone is 1-to-1 copy as well.
Enough about this subject.
Very well.
So that's what we need.
What's the deal with the dwarf?
The dwarf was Clytus's personal servant. He worshipped Clytus, very like a well-trained dog. I believe that's how Clytus saw him as well, not much more than an animal.
Why did Clytus bring him along?
Clytus needed someone else to break the rune. It required all of his concentration and effort merely to subdue it. While he focused on weakening the rune, he had the dwarf run in and carve out the chunk.
What did he do while Clytus battled the rune?
He just waited to be of service. Every day, he walked with Clytus through the catacombs to the Colossus and waited. If you count the amount of times he wandered in and out of the catacombs with nothing to do, that dwarf must have known it like the back of his hand. You couldn't get much more dedicated.
Okay, so we need the dwarf to walk us through the catacombs.
What happened to him when he tried it the first time?
Even weakened, the rune's magic was strong. Clytus should have known better than to send a mensch to cut the rune. It killed him instantly. I believe that this is where Clytus finally went mad. He was so close to his goal, and his plans were about to be foiled by a lowly mensch. In desperation, he resurrected the dwarf, knowing that the result would be much more resistant to damage than the dwarf's original body. The corpse dragged himself up, and still loyal to Clytus, removed the chunk of stone from the containment rune. Clytus had succeeded in breaking the rune at only the cost of a mensch. A bargain.
Is that when Clytus instituted the practice of necromancy among the Sartan?
Come to think of it, you're right. Coincidental timing? Perhaps not. It's possible that he instituted the practice to justify his own actions. That's almost unthinkable. We've been using necromancy for thousands of years to cover for one man's mistake? I certainly hope that's not the case.
Yeah, that's the case.
Where did he end up?
After Clytus had broken the containment rune, he had no further use of his servant. He banished him to the ancestral home of the dwarves. It's a complex of caves fairly near to Telestia. The dwarf obsessed about Clytus for years. Having the mental retention of the dead, he eventually forgot that he had completed the mission and broken the runes, so he sat in his cave waiting for Clytus to come and take him back to the catacombs. I think he's been waiting there ever since.
Let's move along to another subject.
Very well.
Tell me about the Scepter of Rulership.
After Clytus took the chunk from the Colossus, he fashioned a scepter and used the chunk as a headpiece. He brandished the finished product at the council and demanded a crown. They caved in almost immediately.
I pretty much know all these answers because they have been explained in the...
What kind of power did this scepter have?
Mostly destructive. It could turn a man to ash with no more than a flick of the wrist. I believe it also had powers of a more subtle nature, though my texts don't address these. What is written is that the scepter is unmatched in sheer destructive force.
How did it get its power?
When the chunk was removed from the Colossus, the containment rune was broken. Magic began to seep from it, much like blood from a wound. It was always Clytus's intention to draw magic from the wound for his own purposes. He found that he could focus this power through the piece of the Colossus that he possessed. That is why he fashioned the scepter, using the fragment as the headpiece.
Why did the council cave in? Wasn't it filled with master wizards?
Clytus was drawing upon the magic of the Colossus. Nothing could withstand that. Where the other wizards had to weave the rune construct slowly into the air and pull the possibilities of their spells into this reality, Clytus could just disintegrate them with a wave of his hand. Before any organized resistance could be brought to bear, Clytus had eliminated any council member powerful or stubborn enough to oppose him. The others fell into line like cattle.
Is there any way to counter the scepter?
That's like asking if there is any way to defeat the Colossus. In a sense, it is the same thing. The scepter draws upon the Colossus's power. It cannot be overcome. Although it wouldn't be necessary to overcome the scepter if it were rendered useless. This is just a wild thought. But the scepter focuses the power of the Colossus that is from the broken containment rune. If the rune were completed and the containment spell resumed working, the scepter couldn't draw upon the magic. It would be useless. All of this speculation is worthless as well. You can't render the scepter useless without completing the containment rune. You can't complete the rune without replacing the headpiece inside the Colossus, and you can't get the headpiece without rendering the scepter useless. A vicious circle.
Where is the scepter?
When Clytus grew too old to rule, he placed the scepter in the hands of his eldest son, Clytus II, and disappeared. The line is continued unbroken until this day. Clytus XIV now...
Let's talk about something else.
Very well.
Can you explain why Clytus ran away at the end?
I have a theory. After he passed the scepter on to his son, it was only a matter of time until he passed away, either literally or at the hands of one of his many enemies. He
Yo, Chess Jack, thank you for raiding. Welcome everyone. How are you doing this beautiful Friday? My first raid. Thank you so much. My name's Retro Faija, which means Retro Dad. In English, it's Finnish, and I play retro games. A lot of different games. Now we're doing Deathgate by Legend Entertainment, based on the books by Margaret Wise and Tracy Hickman.
Clytus entered and decided upon a small chamber for his final resting place. He cast an illusion spell upon the entrance in order to keep everyone
Yeah,
out.
this is
Even if
based on the
someone
books.
found these caverns, they wouldn't penetrate his inner sanctum. He had
And thank you for
reasons
the follow.
to want not to be discovered.
So, what were you playing? I'll actually follow you back. Follow you back. So yeah, loosely based on the books, but I think I don't remember the books that well. Days Gone. It was a short stream. I worked too hard today and I'm sleepy. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've actually been on a sort of holidays this week. Been having able to stream a bit more and having mindset to stream, so. A few months ago, okay. I read them like 15 years ago. I have them in the warehouse, stacked up. They're great books, and this is actually very well written. Lot of stuff. I think Sufodime knows better all the details that how much this is following the books, or remembers how much it's. Yeah, me too. Like teenage years. I actually bought this game first when I was like 12, and I couldn't finish this game. I didn't understand the English because it's not my native language. I was too young and maybe too impatient to read all this, because this is quite linear game, I'd say, like a visual novel more. Of course there's some puzzles, but if you read everything and read all the books and stuff like that, you get all the hints you need basically to complete. Yeah, but after that I stumbled across the books. I didn't know the books like were the original piece, and this game was based on them. So after I played this for a while, I stumbled across the books, and I was reading a lot of fantasy books like David Eddings and stuff like that when I was teenager, like 13, 14. And I read them at that point. Yeah, we are on the
very end. He cast a self-immolation spell. This is surprising, but not totally unexplainable. I believe that Clytus actually feared resurrection more than death itself. By destroying his remains, even before he was dead, he assured himself that he would never be raised. That's why you found a pile of ashes inside his robes, which were fairly intact. The self-immolation spell destroys the body of the caster, but nothing else.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Cliffy boy. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is the fire planet. Like, actually it's like a stone rune. So this is like a stone planet. But yeah, it's the fire planet where everybody's dead. I highly recommend it. It's definitely a great, easy point-and-click adventure. Although I know what to do next, but I don't know how to do them yet, so...
It appears that Clytus wanted to minimize the chances of anyone finding and raising him. But even so, his actions seem extreme. His remains were completely destroyed. Why did he bother hiding in these forsaken caves guarded by an illusion spell? I wonder if he was hiding anything else.
Yeah, exactly. So this is not the Pyrus. This is the stone Abarrach. So this is the stone planet inside with the dead people. Yeah, exactly. I think it's pretty well following the basics of the game. I mean the books. There's a
lot of same characters, and the main we are Haplo, playing as Haplo in this, and we are trying to get our revenge or learn about the different planets and do work for the Tsar. So
I found a book lying alongside of Clytus. It claims that necromancy is forbidden, and that for every person raised, another shall die untimely.
That is the final answer. The one I have been dreading my entire life. Necromancy is forbidden. Of course. You say that for every person brought back, another dies untimely? This is what we have termed the plague.
Exactly.
We have unwittingly been killing ourselves for centuries, and we have done so at the command of a long-dead maniac. How could we have been so blind?
yeah, the Balthasar is the royal necromancer. I really love these portraits and all the visuals in this game. They're like, and the voice acting. This is perfect for game in '94, so it doesn't get much better than this. Of course, the gameplay is a bit, well, it's puzzle adventure, so not for everyone.
We have to put things right. I shall stop the practice of necromancy with my people, but it's only a start. We have to overthrow Clytus. We have to tell everyone.
I live in the States, but it might be interesting you to know that I grew up in the part of the States where the largest population of Finns live. Okay, cool, cool. Where is actually the largest population of Finns in States at the moment? I don't know. There's a lot of people in Florida, I think. At least the elderly people move to Florida. Michigan. Oh, okay, cool. So it's like a smaller area that has a lot of early Finns that moved like 100 years ago. They're like the original Finn heritage people. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I've never been to States. Maybe someday. I wish. I have a lifelong dream that I'd like to have like a 2-3 month holiday, maybe when I'm retired, to rent a car with wife and drive the Route 66, like just taking it easy, having no schedules, and see the States. A lot of migrants went there to work in mines, and it has similar climate to Finland. A lot of snow. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's like native Finns don't feel bad there.
Do you know how I could get to the Colossus?
The Colossus is located in the middle of the catacombs in the foundation of Clytus's palace. It's said that only the descendants of Clytus I are shown the way through. No one else is allowed in. Even if you were able to sneak back into the palace, I can't imagine how you would find your way to the center of that maze. Besides Clytus, there's no one living who can show you.
I'm not Finnish, but I feel like Sisu has had an influence on me. Yeah, probably. And it's like, I think Sisu is not, it's not a Finnish thing, so to speak. It's in all of people, all of us. You just need to, I think some people in Finland have it easier to bring it out from you, like the attitude of doing, but it's also like nowadays maybe not that much. Yeah, and it's used to be like 80s as I'm an 80s kid, it used to be like it still used to matter, but nowadays not so much. With the kids nowadays, it's different. It's all goddamn TikTok. And it's funny because now I start to feel like old grumpy man from the past when I was young, and there was the old grumbies from 60s. It's the vicious cycle of history that repeats.
That's all I need to know.
As you wish.
We have the runes. I don't know what the hell to do with these. But I know what I do with that. We need to wear the robes. Was good to meet you too. Have a good sleep and I'll see you at some point. And thank you for the raid and follows you brought in. I appreciate them. I'll catch you later. I'm gonna actually quit at some point soon too. I gotta eat something. But I'll continue for a little more. It's a symbol not powered by magic but by burning gas. Can we take the lamp? Let's not take his lamp. Okay. We gotta find the dwarf. So we go here. And then we go here. I think what we're gonna try now.
Would you accompany me?
Yes, because we have the dog now. So you grab the snake.
Go grab that snake.
What spells did we have? No. Let's try this. It's not an illusion. What happens if we... Yeah. If we turn into a dog here. Okay. So that's not good.
Would you... Go grab that...
Go grab that snake. And there's like one thing we can do now. There's one action. What if? Ah, but we cannot. No. Yeah, confused corpse. This is an interesting puzzle. Because here is the headpiece. Ah, Titan. You twist the screw and slowly the tongues of the scepter begin to wrench apart. After quite a while of intense efforts, the stone headpiece falls from the tongues, clutches to the metal platform below. Holy shit, we got the headpiece. Okay, so it's there. So we have the piece to seal the Colossus. By the way, where's our madame? Do we have anything else here? Book stand. There's probably nothing else. No. Where's Our Lady? Ah, here's Nanny. Dead Nanny.
Would you let me give you back.
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way.
You know, that nursery rhyme is starting to grow on me. Maybe a few hundred more times and I'll actually like it.
Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look
talking to you is like talking
away unless
okay.
the arrows point.
Oh, you.
Would you
The smallest people home.
Would you
The dead workers' dull eyes roam confused.
The smallest people in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come
The dead worker listens carefully to the dead nanny reading the nursery rhyme.
Which way?
Give me that.
Would you
So it's probably something to do with that.
go grab that. Let me give you.
The smallest
Nah.
people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away unless the arrows point the way. The The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play.
Hold
when
on.
All the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found?
Okay, let's wear it.
Just out of sight under the ground.
Would you
The smallest people in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come out.
By the way, I've never read this book. Is it this? No, it's not this one. It's that one. I'll take a quick break and I'll be right back and continue a little further because this is interesting. Be right back. Yes, yes. Gotta continue. There's more of these. Grab the snake and hold him fast. Don't let him go. Grab him quick or you won't last if you're too slow. Does it mean that if we select the right page, that now you read, yes, yes, now this gets the instructions to.
Would you
Grab the
Yep.
Don't let him go. Grab him quick or you won't last.
An idea slowly forms when he sees the snake coiled in the middle of the cave. He shuffles over and grabs it. If a snake could look surprised, you'd swear it was stunned by his hulking corpse. It whips around and strikes him, but the worker doesn't seem to notice. I was stupid, I didn't read the nursery book because I thought it was only to walk toward the far wall of the cave. The snake writhers and spits as it tries to escape the dead worker's grasp, but its efforts are futile. The corpse grip is too strong, and the dead nanny's constant repetition of the command to hold the snake keeps him from forgetting his task and wandering off. Soon you come upon the wall, collective of 9 stone circles, each with ornate arrow carved. Oh, I thought that was gonna be reciting all over again. Help. hint button. I think we need all of them. To point down. Maybe. Okay, so but then we have oh my god. Oh, miss click. And this is gonna take a while. Let's reset. Actually, nope. And then there's one. Putsle enää, niin nyt se... Nyt on vähän eri tason putsleja. Ei, nää on kyllä sellaisia, että... Hint. No. Now the center one is wrong. God damn it. Ai. Mä luulin olevani nokkela, mutta eihän se nyt niin mennytkään. Kyllä mä tätä pyörittelisin mieluummin, joo. No mä kans menen kohta ehkä hetken aikaa vielä pelailen, mutta kohta kans pitää mennä lounasteleen, niin lopettelen siihen, en jatka sitten enää, mutta... Incrementally so. When you rotate the one corner, also rotate the other three. Oh, hold on. Return it. Yes. So that one needs to be different oriented. I don't want any hints. maybe I... So one more. Ah, no. Because now if I turn these... Yes, actually. But no, it doesn't. Because then I turn that one. If I rotate these ones 4 times. Hold on. I think I lost it again.
Don't let him go. Grab him quick or you won't last.
Hmm. Now again we're like this. Now it's the other way.
If you're too slow.
Wait, that's not right. Because the center part is up.
Grab the snake and hold him fast.
I don't know what the... Hold on, so we need to... Ei tää. Rullero. But now these are all fucked up. Hold on. What if we do this? Then... No, I fucked it up. Because now that's... Okay, so one, and then... Now it's the other way around. So it needs to point... Oh no. So this needs to point... like this. I went one too far. I missed some part. One rotation. This type of puzzle takes me back to childhood. Yeah, me too. God damn it. We would just need these to be... Yeah, one off. I think we need these as well. Corners are now correct. Let's have a hint. Oh yeah, hint. We got a hint. What? I couldn't have... It's... Thank God there's the hint system. No need to cheat because it's in the game. Using those... What it showed there. Like, my brain hurts just watching it. Okay, here's our dwarf. And I think this is where we gonna quit. Thank you. Yeah, that was crazy tough. So I think, not sure, but I think there's no one. Actually, there is. Let's try. Can we do a raid? My first raid. Yeah. Dorkamus is hosted. Thank you guys and see you later.
Host Retro, how you doing today?
Let's go watch there. See ya and thank you everyone. Bye bye.